throughput, where the university system is sitting at 6%, and a 90% placement, which means the training is demand-led. It's built by people that are actually building software, are coming back and saying, what are the skills that I need a person who joins me on day one to have? How do we train them practically? We need the public-private partnerships. There are a lot of incubations of training in IT. What we don't have is where the policy intent exists and the business requirement for the talent exists. What we don't have is the vehicle in the middle that moves that policy intent to redirect the funding that is there to actual initiatives in the private sector that are delivering and starts to deliver in the public sector. TVET colleges recruit 5,000 young people across the country every year into various ICT training programs. 5% of those 5,000 graduate with the qualification. And when you sample the 65 partners that We Think Code places graduates in, none of them see the TVET pipeline as a viable source of the talent with the skills that they need to power Vodacom, to power Africa. And so the question is, how do we take the investment we've already put so that there are 5,000 chairs and say accountability? 5% is a burning platform.
Absolutely.
That money needs to shift to at least 60% throughput so that my esteemed colleagues can hire and they can create the economic activity that makes this world a better place.
Exactly. And as we've mentioned, the use cases around digital education, the ability to really create consistent platforms around education, around upskilling exists. So therefore, the ability to upskill our young population with digital skills exists. So Minister, I'd love to come back to you on this one. These advances in connectivity, we have a young, amazing, resilient, smart population. This is an asset for our country. How do we think about re-gearing this asset towards digital? Do we think that there's an opportunity not only for talent to serve the South African market from a digital perspective, but perhaps even follow the likes of the Indias and the Bangladeshis of the world that have exported this talent at a global level. And given the connectivity changes, given the fact that we've got a common time zone with many developed markets, there is an untapped opportunity here. How do you think about progressing that opportunity?
Thank you, Nema. I think one is highly inspired by what Nyari said.
Absolutely.
With regard to how do you, on the human capital side, create conditions for investor friendliness. Because when we talk about investor friendliness, we talk about the investment cost and the user cost. Now, I've already said at the beginning, for a number of structural reform interventions we've made, we're already seeing a move into the country. They've already explained the billions that they are investing in the country. Whether you are Amazon websites, web service, whether you are Google, whether you are Vodacom, whether you are Rain, whether you are MTN and so on, there's a move to invest. The critical issues are the three cables I've already spoken about, the latest coming from Google, and they're giving us the status of being preferred destination for investment because of the digital infrastructure at our disposal, which opens for investment in data centers and Google service. But when you come to your issue, against this background, we have ambitious targets in as far as digital connectivity is concerned, digital literacy is concerned, digital skills are concerned. We are intentionally ensuring that in these three categories, young people, women, SMMEs, we are deliberate in ensuring that we take into account the 60% of the unemployed young people. We already have here a huge number of people who are hungry for learning, and some of them are already digital savvy. And we have programs that commit to their upskilling and also nudging them. And in terms of collaboration, we already working with universities, technical technical colleges, and international communities to ensure that Amongst other things, as you might have heard, we are rolling out artificial intelligence hubs, one in UJ and one in TUT. This year we'll be launching about 4, which are actually designed for specific sectors to actually ensure that there's an intensification of innovations to promote capabilities with regard to in as far as those industries are concerned. In terms of further collaboration, we also work with the international investors. We have got incentives in as far as tax breaks to those who are actually assisting internships, apprenticeship, scholarships on startups in the digital sector. There's a number of things. Also, in the what we call platform industries, there's a lot of intervention that we have made there. We also are training very hard in the area of robotics, machine learning, and so on. The totality of all this is about ensuring that we transform the desperate 60% unemployed of young people and a huge number of SMMEs, which are low in South Africa, to participate in a manner that ensures that economic activities are enlarged at the same time, the costs are low, and then the value of the entire economy in the country is improved.
Absolutely. I want to, I know we're a bit short on time, but we've talked about digital skills, job creation from an NGO perspective, from a government perspective. I want to hand it to Sito, Amrote, and Hardy, just to give quick perspectives in terms of your view on how the private sector can get into this. Because at the end of the day, we've established it's all about collaboration. So if we can bring NGOs, government, private sector, all into the same mix around creating real momentum around digital skills creation, that would be fantastic. So maybe a two-part question to the three of you. How are you currently addressing the digital skills shortage? And how do you future envisage this level of collaboration that we need to create in order to create this momentum from a digital jobs perspective? Sito, let me start with you.
Yeah, I think, and I think super inspiring what Nyari's involved in. I think the reality of it is it's the continual feed-in. And I think companies such as ourselves have a real responsibility in terms of what we do for graduates, for learners, bringing them into the ecosystem and effectively exposing them to, let me call it, the digital environment early.
Yes.
And really setting up clear paths where people are able to access those straight out of school. So really the kind of graduate intake that we have, and the taking on learners, taking on, and not just that, but also helping to provide bursaries and so forth for learners to go specifically into the sort of digital environment, as broad as it is, in what we can do. So I do think there's an element of that, because ultimately what tends to happen for businesses our size is you end up wanting to look for experienced hires as opposed to investing in the talent that should grow through the business. And I think various businesses will play different roles, but I think for us, we're very clear on our strategy to ensure that we're continually bringing learners through our system.
Amazing. Amrote?
Well, I think I would sum it up in 2 ways. One, I mean, maybe bringing together our entire sort of impact assessment. Today we're launching the AWS Economic Impact Study, specifically focused on South Africa. And really there it touches across board why we do what we do and why it's important. I think unlike any other company, we're very much customer obsessed. So we listen to our customers. We understand what the needs are. So as we talk about sustainability, our investment in Northern Cape around solar plant, when you're talking about sort of equity equivalent investment of 305 million rand, what does that mean in terms of fueling, enabling, not just small SMMEs, but also really thinking around how do we actually also invest? So globally, we've committed to invest on upskilling 29 million people, really also looking and focusing on South Africa, because again, it is a primary market that we are committed to investing in, and really looking at what is our role in enabling not just public sector, but also our enterprise customers, as they're also going through their digital transformation in allowing for faster financial inclusion and go-to-market as well.
Amazing. Hardy, final comments from your side, but perhaps let's take a broader view, because Cassava as an organization is very much Pan-African, and would love to hear your perspectives more broadly from an African perspective.
So I think let me start by saying we have to solve 3 problems. if we're going to digitally transform not just South Africa's economy, but the African economy. And the three challenges are, we have to deal with the cost of access.
Absolutely.
And the cost of access is multifaceted. It's, we all remember the data must fall campaign. But it's cost of access from an internet access perspective, from a cost of devices, perspective. So that's one. We have to deal with the digital infrastructure deficit that exists across the continent. And then we have to deal with the skills that she spoke about. And so from a Cassava Technologies perspective, we have an expansive vision, which is a digitally connected future that leaves no African behind. You can only deliver on that vision if you solve those three problems on a pan-continental basis, but you can't do it alone. We need government to play its part. And I must say, the minister and the regulator here and others across Africa have really opened up the space for private sector players to bring capital. We need to collaborate amongst ourselves as industry players. And I'm glad to say that AWS and Vodacom are big collaborators of ours in this, in this drive. So when we take what can be done on the continent, if I look at what we have done, for example, in the Eastern Cape province, or in the Western Cape province, where we now have connected more than 2,700 clinics,
Amazing.
Schools, places of worship, places where people congregate, because that's what deals with the cost of access issue. It is very sad when we can train a young person, but in the Western world, they can walk into a Starbucks and consume internet. In our part of the world, they are constantly switching on and off their device because the cost of data is very high. So closing that usage coverage gap is really what we are concerned about as Cassava Technologies, because we have to deal with the previously excluded.
Sure.
The ones that we previously said they cannot participate in the economy. We see technology as the great equalizer and the great democratizer around access to economic opportunity.
Excellent. Thank you so much to our panelists today. I think we've heard fantastic stories, but also real momentum that is being achieved in the digital sector today. The amazing thing is the upside is even bigger, and by the conversation that we've heard today, there's real action, there's real intent, and there's real commitment to collaborate to really create real opportunity from this potential. Thank you so much to our panelists today. Quick logistic check. I think we have 30 minutes for lunch, and that we served at the ground floor. But lastly, a big round of applause for our panelists today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well done.
Shut your eyes and sing to me. Shut your eyes and sing to
each other's eyes, and what we see is no surprise. Got a feeling most we treasure, and a love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better, makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you.
now that he is a non-executive director out at Truworths. So certainly we'll be sharing some insights from a wide array of industrial sectors there. Next to the minister, we're also joined by Jessie Ndaba, who heads up Astrophica Technologies, which is a technology equipment producer. Next to Jessie is Anthony Turnstrom, who is the Chief Executive Officer at the Foschini Group. And next to Anthony is
And if I just connect Jessie's story, Jessie is actually being very modest. The work that she's done and her company's done is extraordinary. Last year, the president paid tribute by giving a special award to Astrofrica for the innovative company that it is, and it's a black industrialist. And it's in the high-tech part of our economy. And importantly, in paying tribute to it, by the way, Astro, clear, Africa is shortening of Africa. So it's a company that's focused on space on the African continent at the higher end of our value chain. And it's not a single flash in the pan. Last year in December, I issued the first private sector license for a space launch that was given to Dragonfly. They did a partnership with SpaceX in the United States. And the technology and the manufacturing was done here in South Africa. So that's on the one end. On the other end comes in Anthony's story around the CMTs and the factories that the Foschini Group runs, which is more labor intensive. It does require some technology, but it's largely the organization of work, the engineering, the industrial engineering on the shop floor. And so as a country, we can play to both strengths. We've got technology we can use, but we also have an enormous labor surplus. People who want to work, capable of working, and are looking for opportunities. Where we were on the AFC FTA, we've been able to now tie up 88% of products where we have rules of origin. The heads of state have agreed now in February that is sufficient for us to start trade. SACU, this is the 5 countries that is in our customs union, has put an offer to the secretariat of the AFC FTA, setting out the 90% of products in our tariff book that these 5 countries are prepared to trade on the preferences. So as soon as those negotiations are concluded, and I hope it would be within the shortest space of a few months, we would be able to start pilot trading and then roll it out completely.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Minister. I see we're a bit tight on time, but I would like at least 1 or 2 inputs from many of the participants in our audience. So I don't know if we have a roving mic. The colleagues and the floor manager will assist me. But if not, I think there are many people with some booming voices here. So let me just take briefly 2 hands. Please tell us who you are, where you come from, and make your comment and input, and then we'll get some concluding reflections from our panelists. Okay, so I think my panelists have pulverized my audience. Okay, so I see Colin's hand is up.
Going to help you.
Why does it seem all the hands are coming from the left, Colin? Colin, go ahead.
Going to help you out, Colin Coleman. TFG story is an amazing story. I'm on the board, so I've vested interest in it. But it's certainly an amazing story. The question, where else do we look in the retail sector as an example, or other sectors where others are doing what TFG is doing? Can we generalize? Maybe the minister can help us. How much is this very good experience being felt in other places?
Thanks for that, Colin. And you know, TFG cuts across 2 master plans, CTFL and the furniture one, it seems. There was a gentleman just behind you, Colin, so let's take that hand and then we'll take the 3rd one there. And on the right wing, oh, no, okay. We'll take one of the hands on the right here. So please go ahead, sir.
Tsepiso. I'd just like to make a comment on what the minister was saying around effectively, obviously, making the region or changing the region from a consumer-driven region and actually, you know, not replacing imports, but exchanging imports in line with what is happening in the context of deglobalization. So just commenting on that in Germany, effectively, where 60% of jobs are actually created by what they call hidden champions, effectively family-run SME businesses like the Kala family and what they've done with AMCA. Just in the context of that, I'd just like to understand from the panel, effectively, how do we drive, effectively, you know, these family-run SME-type businesses that would actually encourage, you know, regional partnerships and also job creation in South Africa.
Awesome, thanks, Tsepiso. Let's take that one hand here, and then I also saw the hand on the right-hand side. Unfortunately for the hand at the back, we might not be able to take you. Please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jacques Nel from the UK, previously from South Africa, as you can hear from my accent.
I was about to say Jacques now from the UK. Okay.
I represent a company called Twine and Components. We manufacture components for the agricultural sector for most off-road vehicles worldwide. About 80% of the world we supply the components for. One of the things that I brought my chairman, he's only 48 hours here in South Africa. One of the questions he asked, you've got such a massive agricultural sector, but you do not manufacture any big tractors here. What is the reason for that? And what is the key? Because we would like to invest here, put up a production plant, but there's hardly any customers that we can supply. So if the minister can advise us, I brought him out specifically for the 48 hours here. We're flying back tonight, and I need a good answer to keep him here to stay slightly longer.
Thanks a lot, Jacques. I hope you stay a lot longer than just the day there. Let's take the last hand. There was a funny story I heard earlier on today from somebody at the ARC who was saying that a company in Belarus has created a tractor called a Ganda Ganda. So it seems there's some very interesting things happening in agricultural machinery.
Is it on? Yeah. Definitely not right, Ayabonga. My name is Majanku Gumbi. Minister, the question is, can you add some color to what the President said earlier around the manufacturing of solar panels? Are we ready to use our policy instruments, like duties, on some of the panels that are coming in cheap in order to make the local ones competitive? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Advocate Gumbi. I certainly would not characterize Advocate Gumbi on the right wing. I think you are sitting on the right-hand side of the room. So thank you for that question, Advocate Gumbi. Minister, I want us to bank that last comment there, and we'll allow you, just as we conclude, to just summarize, and maybe you might respond to that. Nizam, I'll start with you. Just reflections, I guess, on how it is we resolve many of the constraints you've mentioned. It might be a harmonization of systems, and just some concluding reflections briefly in a minute, and we'll work our way back. Anthony, Jesse, and then Grant, and then we'll get concluding remarks from the Minister. Nizam?
So I think, if we want to change our future, we need to change our story. We need a new narrative, because we all know that we can talk about A, B, and C, and there are so many opportunities that we can leverage. And they say opportunities are like a sunrise. If you don't seize them, you lose it. So for me, it is now is the time to establish, when there's a bit of challenges we're facing, whether it be load shedding we were talking of, whether it be A, B, and C. It's only to look at it positively, go forward, change your frame, and not get bogged down and hold back your business to grow. Because I think the opportunity is now, and let's seize that opportunity.
Thank you very much,
With these
Nizam.
words, thank you very much.
Anthony?
I guess quite a few of the questions from the floor have really been around how do we take this further, how does it become more deeply entrenched. I think the truth is success breeds success. I think the more we talk about these things, the more that there are positive examples that are shared, the more everybody else wants to become part of it for their own reasons. The minister and the master plans that we are all working together with and on in a collaborative manner, I think are really getting those kind of above the line people understanding what can be achieved. They're seeing a much closer cooperation between private sector and government and how the two can work together. And I think this just takes a bit more time and for people really to want to enjoy the same level of success that those who've kind of gone before them have done. So I think we're on the right track.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Jesse?
Okay, this is Norin Izuan. Minister, you're not yet off the hook. The gentleman in there said we should stop being consumers. As much as I've said, we appreciate that our government has invested in space, but we do need to have our very own space asset one day. And I'm saying this because it would provide our people with free data, of which a lot of the young ones can come up with a lot of applications that can be developed from that. We've recently discovered that the applications that we have are not even enough, to cover the societal needs. There's so much that we can do using space-based data. I was part of the space development policy framework, and we learned that it's easier for the new entrants to come into the downstream sector because there is data that is free, that they can access for free, but it's not real-time data. Of course, they can develop applications out of that, but how do you then go to a farmer and say, your crops are having some constraints, you need to do something? How do you help a small-scale farmer, if we don't own our own assets? If we've got that, we can freely give the data to those people, and we can sell the rest of the data to our neighboring countries. But, just so that we can create more jobs, if we had our own asset, it would really help. We've recently been asked to assist with the cannabis master plan. Blueprint is doing a master plan on the cannabis sector. There was no mapping of the cannabis in the country, nada. And if we're not going to be using space solutions, it would have taken us another year or 5, to pick it up. But it took one of my colleagues, Upila, just a week to map it up because we're using space solutions. So we do, it's not a matter of wanting to have it. It's a need, Minister. We need to have our own space assets so that we can provide maybe cheaper data and not free because we've got to generate revenue. I don't know, but yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Jessie, and I look forward, I guess, to the Minister's response. Oh, yeah?
Just one, whilst the Minister is here.
Oh, okay.
We've picked up that, it's easier for us to export a complete system, a satellite system, but with the components, because our work is seen as it's dual use components or goods. They're controlled goods. And Minister, it takes forever to get the permits. So if we can also work on that.
I'll take note of that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Jessie. Yeah, I've made note of that, and let's have a discussion. Grant?
I won't be so bold as to ask for a satellite. But it occurs to me, now that I've been living in this world of manufacturing for perhaps the past year, that I'm continuously surprised, despite working in many sectors and industries in South Africa over the last 20 years, I'm constantly surprised by the successful manufacturing stories we have, whether it's satellites, which I didn't know about before today, or we manufacture yachts that sail the world, we manufacture parts for Formula One. I came across someone the other day who's manufacturing water containers and exporting them to Australia. And all of these examples actually defy economics. I suspect if you're an MBA student and you went and proposed this as part of your thesis, people would just say, this is never going to work. And maybe there's an opportunity, and maybe we'll take this up at the LSF, to actually just go and find all these exceptional examples. I think the people who run these manufacturing operations don't come to conferences, they don't do any PR, because they're just exporting the stuff. And maybe we need to find them and make some more heroes out of them, and that'll inspire others.
Thank you very much for that, Grant, and I'm certainly in full agreement here. Minister, last word.
So, just on a lighter note, Jessie, when you started to say that the cannabis master plan was being developed and they came to you as a company involved in space, I was for a moment thinking, what's the connection? Is it that when you consume the product, you spaced out? But then you got the connection established. I guess in the very limited time, perhaps one or two brief comments. So one is, I want to start with a Nizam point about narrative. It's also something that Grant has picked up. What is our story that we tell as South Africans to our friends across the world, and there are a number of them who are here, and that we tell to ourselves? We can tell the story, we've got enormous challenges, great strength, huge opportunities. Where do you position yourself in that? Only in the enormous challenges, or do you also recognize the great strength and the huge opportunities? And you can tell the stories that are optimistic and positive because they spur us to act, to deal with our constraints. And the failure to deal with what is strong about our country will just create a depression, a sense of hopelessness. And I think increasingly, as the manufacturing stories are being told by manufacturers, they inspire people, and they can see this is Africa's most advanced and diversified manufacturing base, and it's got enormous opportunity to grow further. On the issue of small businesses that come up from a member of the audience, I'm a great supporter of the idea that small businesses are very, very big players in job creation, but they can also be big players in exports. If you look at the German economy, the big drivers there are your medium-sized companies, not only your large companies. But it requires for SMMEs coordination in export markets, because it's much harder to break into an export market than to survive in your own domestic economy. And so you've got to be able to get a little bit of scale. And I also believe that there isn't a binary choice we have as a society between large businesses and small businesses. We need both. If you're going to have national champions, if you're going to have large companies with the scale and capability to go out there and conquer markets in the world, you need your larger companies too, and working in partnership. Colin asked a good question. There's a detailed answer, Colin, but maybe just one or two quick anecdotes. ShopRite Checkers is now looking to see what can be done on the food value chain to localize a lot more. And they're discovering many other items. During the State of the Nation address, you would have seen the president refer to this water glass that he had in front of him. And that was made for the first time in South Africa in probably 2 decades, because we had lost that capability and we've now regained it. So there are many examples in healthcare. It's not necessarily retailers, but it's procurers that drive the localization of those value chains. And Grant has got some interesting stories of projects that the Localization Support Fund is looking at. On the question of tractors, we have, interestingly, a company called Bell Equipment. Yeah. You'll see them along the road. And they started off as an agriculture equipment provider in the sugarcane industry. They saw the big opportunity to be in mining. So they migrated from that platform in agriculture to mining. Then they shifted increasingly to infrastructure now, and they head-on-head competing with big players, John Deere and others. And there's an opportunity to take a successful company. They've now got a production facility in Europe, and so it's a company that's got capabilities, and it arose here on our sugarcane fields. So we don't yet have tractors, but we have those examples. And finally, the question was asked about solar panels by Advocate Gumbi, good to see you. We don't have a support program that provides incentive, but what we do have is a requirement for localization of the renewable energy value chain, which is as good. And so it's now brought 2 companies, one that made an announcement today, Art Solar. There's a second company, it's a foreign-owned business that's also producing this. We've got now companies doing products in the wind industry, component manufacturing. And of course, there's often in the public debate a sense that, look, drop all of your localization requirements, we've got to get the energy. And we are flexible where we need to be, but the energy crisis, much as it's a crisis, it's also a source of investment and a source of innovation. And so we've got to do both. We've got to be able to unlock opportunities where they exist prudently and go for those wins that give us the best return. And they may often not be in solar panels necessarily. They may be in other areas of that renewable energy space. It's to find the ones where if you put your resources, your capability, and your energy, you can get the highest GDP return and, of course, jobs return. So I think that this master plan idea is one of partnership. It's saying that we can't do everything alone. The localization support fund that Grant is driving now was actually a partnership between Coca-Cola and the South African government, where Coca-Cola said, we'll put 240 million rand on the table. And this is seed funding to precisely address the gap that Grant had identified. And this is money that they gave with no strings attached. It was in a competition merger process. It's now up to that independent board to allocate. And we've done similar things. Heineken made an announcement today. They've just put quite a big sum of money on the table to drive the localization of South African manufacturing. So a lot of the stars are aligning. Of course, we've got to get the energy issue resolved. And I keep making that point because it's an important part. We can't forget that. Manufacturing is driven by energy. But the energy issue, much as is an important issue that we must address, and we must address with urgency and with focus, there are also many other opportunities. And bringing these things together, manufacturing itself can make a positive contribution to the energy challenge in South Africa.
Thank you very much, Minister. Please give the Minister and my guests a round of applause. So thank you very much to my panelists and to yourselves as an audience. We'll close it off here. Big thank you to the floor manager for your indulgence. Folks, if we can, make, I guess, rather quickly our exit, because I understand the next session, and I can already see people are standing outside. So please, let's make our way out, and thank you very much once again.
of things about Seriti Green and Seriti as a group itself. And next to Mike, we have Lael Bethlehem, who is the ESG manager or executive at Sidibelo Platinum or Sidibelo Resources. So without wasting a lot of time, because we are slightly pressed given that we have started slightly late, as you know, the world is currently facing a lot of dramatic changes and reconfiguration. And part of this, it happens because we have just come out from COVID-19. But besides that, the mining industry have faced significant challenges. The other thing that you may have noticed is that the divide between the BRICS nations and the G7 has never been greater. In addition to this, the global commons and the financial sector has been bearing shocks leading to closure of banks, of which some of them were financing mining houses. While we can't fix all the problems of the world, we can gain some bipartite benefits by directing some of the attention to South Africa. And just to give you a few things based on some of our panel members, did you know that in 2022, according to Reuters and Bloomberg, South Africa's coal export to Europe has grown or increased by over panelists who are going to be assisting us, but I just want to start with one quote that is coming from one of our founding fathers, President Nelson Mandela, and he said the following: "I like friends with independent minds because they tend to make you see and solve problems from all angles." So, well, friends, the discussion today is mainly going to be looking at three things. The first one, we are looking at the low-hanging fruits investment or the high certainty investments. The second portion are some of the things that we need to change to make sure that South Africa continues being attractive when it comes to the mining sector. And whatever challenges that we face, I do believe that there will be solutions. But to do this, I would like to kindly ask the Honorable Minister just to give us an overview on what government is actually doing at the moment to make sure that the South African mining economy thrives and is competitive in the world. So over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much. What is important about mining is that it's a dynamic sector. It is in a state of change all the time. When I was young, I came to mining. It was almost equivalent to gold mining. Today, mining is seen as a sector holistically, and that makes it very dynamic. We have just set a fund for exploration for emerging companies. We pulled together with IDCs 500 million rand for emerging companies to do exploration. Now, uptake for that is not as fast as we want it. It should be there. Many will want a gift. We'll give them a loan and help it grow so that many other miners can access it. Exploration is quite important because that's where mining begins. Mining value chain starts with exploration before you open a mine and before you go to metallurgical processing where you separate mineral from rock and before you beneficiate. It starts with exploration. So that is one area of investment that is attractive that we must exploit. We used to to get 5% of the global expenditure on exploration. We're at about 1% now. We want to recover and again grow exploration because The Northern Cape remain almost unexplored. The Northwest is part of the mineral chain to Limpopo. It's Northern Cape, Northwest, and Limpopo is a channel. I'm not talking about Emalahleni, Mike, because it's an old mining area. But what is important about that, number two, is that yesterday I was in Mpumalanga yesterday. One of the things that excited me there yesterday was to see a number of young mine owners. Young mine owners. Well, imagine I'm running 2 operations, 5 operations, and all those things. Thanks to major mining companies who support them. It's a leader in transformation. I want to boast and say so. And I was saying to Mike, problem with miners, they don't talk about themselves. They always pretend to be humble. I don't say they're humble. They pretend to be humble and not talk about themselves. You know, last year I did a research. I discovered that there's no major mining company that has less than 50% of managers who are black. All the major mining companies. We're having 3 JSE listed companies headed by female CEOs. For the first time in 131 years, we have the president of the Mineral Council being a female. So it is quite attractive. It is an attractive sector. Come and invest in it because it gives you returns. I'm looking at manganese. Manganese is hidden diamonds of people there who are mining manganese, black companies. What I like about black companies emerging is that we are integrating people who are deprived of participating in the economic activity into the economic activity. Now, you have noticed that I'm not talking about black CEOs. I'm talking about female CEOs, because black CEO is nothing new. And I want to remind people who were in the industry for a long time that from 1948 to 1994, the Nationalist Party was a government. It never produced a single Afrikaner CEO in mining, not one. All Afrikaner CEOs in mining are beneficiaries of change. So as we develop the industry, we're changing the industry, we're involving people, and people are growing with the sector. So that's where we are, and please come and join and invest in mining because it is an attractive sector to invest in. Yes, the last thing, you know, when you talk about illegal mining, somebody mentioned that today, illegal mining. I always tell, and I want all of us to understand that, don't be frightened by illegal mining, because I always describe illegal mining as a crime. It's a criminal activity, it's not a mining activity. People who are involved in illegal mining are not my clients. They are clients of Minister Bekitel. And he's quite serious about it. We're dealing with it. Their arrests, their convictions. And that's the only way you deal with crime. You must arrest, prosecute, and convict. That is happening in mining. So mining is open for investment. Please come and invest in mining. Make your wealth grow. Skilled, you know, the last point, safety. You know, 1 year, as a miner, I witnessed a disaster of 177 miners dying in 10 minutes in one disaster. Last year, 2022, we've improved that to a new number. There were 49 fatalities in the mining industry. It's a new record for South African mining, which improves on 2019 51 fatalities. It's productive, it's safe, and it always saves the fiscus. Please invest in mining, you'll get your returns. is an attractive sector to invest in. But I always encourage miners to talk and tell their stories themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. That was actually quite useful because it sets the context of what we are going to be discussing. But given your emphasis of a female CEO, I think maybe it's time for Ms. Mpumi to give us some sort of a brief introduction. But while she gives the introduction, I just need to also find out from her to say that much of the commodities that she's working on rely heavily on electricity to produce steel and so forth. What are some of the new initiatives that Anglo-American and the sector as a whole has embarked on in the recent time or recent years to make sure that we become competitive, but at the same time we do decarbonize our industry?
Fantastic. Thanks, Glenn. So firstly, I have to say that the Minister is our chief shop steward, as you can see, as the industry. And Minister, you covered a whole lot of things. I wanted to add one small thing to what you added, because I can't take anything away. I think one additional thing that we need to consider is the fact that, the world actually needs our minerals. So the Minister has spoken about what is in the ground, because the endowment is something that can't be questioned. And it's not just South Africa, but Africa as a whole. But the key is that the world needs our minerals to decarbonize, by the way, as well. And the wonderful thing is, I'm clearly in the iron ore industry, but we are well endowed in terms of various minerals. Is to talk about the fact that one of the key things that we sit with, if you just look at iron ore, is the aspect that says that we are only 5% of the overall supply space when it comes to iron ore. But something that we bring with as the country is around the quality of the iron ore that we recover. And that's what the customers actually want to see. And I'll get to the electricity one right now, but I want to talk about decarbonization from another angle, firstly. What our customers like is the fact that with that high quality iron ore, they get to realize a 2 to 3% reduction in their carbon emissions for each and every percentage increase in the iron content of the material. And you can't argue, Kumba is number 5 if you look at, the top 5 miners. And by the way, the volumes, I spoke about the fact that South Africa only makes up 5%. So you can imagine the gap between number 4 and number 5 from a volume perspective, but the quality is good. But in addition to that, they get to realize a 10% reduction in their carbon emissions by virtue of the type of material, which is lump for us. It's high quality premium iron ore. So we've got a significant role to play as the world decarbonizes, because I don't see how the world will decarbonize without steel, for example. I know people normally talk about battery minerals, but to the Minister's point, the manganese is here, the iron ore is here, and frankly, it's high quality minerals, and the customers demand that, which essentially puts us in a very good space. On your point, there's a lot of wonderful work that's happening. Sis Nolita, who heads up the Minerals Council, spoke about it earlier. The mining industry as a whole is investing right now, and these are investments that will materialize within the next 7 to 10 years, in 9 to 15 gigawatts of renewable energy. As Anglo-American, we form part of that, and we are looking at 3 to 5 gigawatts of renewable energy. But as all of us know, we can't get to that space without considering the aspect of just transition. But for me, it's the aspect that says the policy reforms allow us to actually make those types of investments. And the key, which I know you'll come to, Glenn, is the aspect that says, how do we actually unlock South Africa in terms of other things that are holding us back? But minerals are in the ground, the customers want it, mining companies want to invest. How do we get there?
Thank you so much for that. I think it does add a lot of hope to our industry, but it also builds up to what Mr. Tech is actually doing in his company and as the industry as a whole. So my question to Mike is, we have load shedding, and it's really impacting a lot of our activities, be it planned or unplanned. As Seriti grows group or as the coal sector, what are some of the activities that you're actually working on that aligns with the government strategy to make sure that your production doesn't get disturbed? Because if you can't produce because of lack of energy, it's actually double trouble for the country because we can't even supply coal to the power stations.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you, Glenn. Firstly, you know, I grew up in the mining industry, and one of the things that I've experienced with mining, it's when you invest in mining, you see the start of approving an exploration project, and then you take it to the next level, and you start building a mine. You must watch the activities around that. How industry develops in terms of supplying the activity they see in developing and building a mine. When communities develop, if there were no communities closer to that area, if there's a host community, you must see the changes that happen in that community, what we mining people are capable of doing. Now, to get to your point in the mining industry, I visited the site of Seriti Green next to a town called Morganzone, Bethal, Standerton. That's where we're going to build 111 wind turbines to produce 900 megawatts. When you stand next to that site, as the crow flies 15 kilometers, you see New Denmark Collieries, which is owned by us as Seriti. It's an underground mine. And the townships next to there, Sakile, Tutugani, all those areas will depend on those activities that we are working on. That's mining for you. You build those wind turbines. Why? Because, A, the story of load shedding in South Africa, the big word, it's that one, partnerships. I see myself as a miner, mining coal, and supplying the coal to the power stations that generate the electricity that we're talking about. If the partnership between us and the producer, which is Eskom producing that electricity, is weakened, we have a big problem. Our country, we spend time on things that don't matter. The partnership is the one that's important. How do we make Eskom stronger? And if there are private producers like us now coming in with Seriti Green, we want to generate electricity. We'll be taking 155 megawatts of that as Seriti. We're going to use it in-house at our mines to alleviate the challenges that we see in this country. It's part of that partnership. But we tend to underestimate the capacity and the capability this country has around us. You know, I watch mining jurisdictions where people would say, people want to build a mine, but there are no roads, there are no ports, they don't have water, they don't have this. In our case, that infrastructure is staring at us. When we invest in a town where you have water, you have people, you have the skills, but the challenge, it's the partnership. And two institutions that I believe we, as the mining industry, must work hard to strengthen now into the future. We need to strengthen Eskom, electricity generation, and private generation of electricity, and we need to strengthen Transnet. Right now, the coal prices, I just want to talk briefly about that. In 2020, when we were busy with the transaction to buy South 32 assets, there was a time when the coal prices were at $43.20. And one bank called me and said, Mike, do you want to walk away from this transaction? And I said, no. Last year, we saw the coal prices going to $400 a ton. Everybody looked like a superstar. If we had Transnet having the capacity to deliver 91 to 100 million tons to the export markets, we would have made lots of money for Treasury, for our shareholders, and for the country. So it's the partnership for growth that we need to strengthen now and invest in this industry.
Thank you so much for that, Mike. I think this builds up to our next panelist, Dr. Blair. You work in the green hydrogen economy, and many of us get told that there is the green hydrogen, there is the dirty hydrogen. What is this green hydrogen, and how can South Africa benefit from it?
Thank you, Glenn. Green hydrogen is the conversion of electrolysis of water that splits the water into hydrogen and oxygen. And you use renewable energy such as solar and wind power to provide the electricity to the electrolyzer, which splits the water to hydrogen and oxygen. You can further use the hydrogen in fuel cells to power machines, data centers, trucks, many different applications. But what does that have to do with mining? The main operating component in an electrolyzer or a fuel cell contains platinum group metals. So my company, HighPlat, we manufacture fuel cell and electrolyzer components, and we start by ordering platinum from the mines here in South Africa, and we have the catalyst made, and then we make the membrane electrode assembly. So we add value to platinum, about 10 times the value to platinum before we export. It's a purely export business. But there's opportunities to, in the hydrogen economy, in steel, in electricity provision, in hydrogen export, and there's lots of opportunities for South Africa to play, especially because we've got the renewable resources.
Excellent, thank you. So when you speak about that, it reminds me of some of the work that is being done by our panelists there, Lael. And my question is that modern day investors not longer only look at the financial performance of the company, but they also look at the non-financial indicators, such as ESG indicators. So in the South African landscape, people often speak of an ESG policy with African characteristics. How can mining companies that have been practicing in the space of corporate social responsibility be able to incorporate ESG in all layers of their businesses?
Well, Glenn, maybe I must start where Sisimpumi left off, which is with the notion of endowment. She's right that we have this extraordinary endowment in South Africa. And she's right that the decarbonization of the world requires our endowment. We have the minerals in South Africa. Platinum itself is the original remover of pollutants. It's the original green metal in many senses. We have lithium in South Africa, but we're not yet exploiting it. So we have this incredible mineral endowment. We also have an incredible human endowment, as a number of people have mentioned here today. But we have another kind of endowment too, and that is our endowment in problem solving. We are an industry that knows how to solve problems. We work in complex environments. And over a history of very many years, the mining industry has found ways to solve problems. I remember when I was a student at Wits University in the 1980s, I went to a lecture about health and safety in mining, Dr. Jean Lejeune. And I was so shocked when he said that in the mining industry in that year, I think it was 1988, that the mining industry killed one person every day. I then discovered that that was a reasonably good year, that there were years when 1,000 people died in the mining industry. That problem has been not solved, but substantially addressed in South Africa. Last year was a record year for us as a mining industry. Fatalities were brought down below 40 lives. That is still, I think it was 37 people. That is still an unacceptably high number, but it has been brought down. And the reason it's been brought down is because the state and the industry decided to solve the problem. And that has been substantially achieved. We work in complex environments. Everybody in mining knows it. They are socially complex environments. We have our own construction mafias around the mines. We deal with this every day. We have complex community dynamics. We work in environments where communities are often divided, and that impacts on us as mining companies. We work in environmentally complex environments. We impact on the environment every minute of every day, and yet we have been able to begin to address those elements. But the reason that those problems can be solved is when you want to solve them. The health and safety problem was addressed because the mining industry and the state wanted to address it. For many years, nobody really cared But now people do, and you see the results. And I think it's the same with ESG more broadly. I was privileged to be involved with Nolita Fakude and others here in a gender-based violence initiative in the mining industry. We made huge progress in a short time because people valued the idea that we were going to do something about those problems. So for me, ESG might be a new word, but it's actually all about what the mining industry has been trying to confront for years, and it's about our responsibility. I want to just say one other thing, Glenn, and that's really just to talk for a moment about the future, because mining is such a long-term game. Minister has raised the question of exploration, and I think that's such an important part, because everything that we do today in mining, it's because somebody did something 20 years ago. Somebody found and identified a resource, and somebody else invested in it. We need to put more resources. I work for a junior mining company, so I really know these things take a long time. And in order to get tomorrow's mine, we have to have exploration today, and we have to have capital investment today. And that means, among other things, that we need a cadastral system and a regulatory system that works. And we need to make sure that just as we received an endowment from the past, so we leave an endowment for the future.
Thank you. So, Minister, I have been warned that my time is going to run out soon. So what I'm going to be asking is that I'll give you an opportunity to brief us on something and actually answer a specific question. And my question is the following, is to say that modern day mining companies, those who are doing predictions, are saying that they only last for 15 to 20 years. Afterwards, they change to become a new company or they become a new form. And some of the investors have mentioned the issue of saying that we'll prefer to measure our goals over a lifespan of a company or even beyond that. What sort of surety are you giving investors in terms of the policy changes? Are we going to be having a stable policy that can actually last for longer than a lifespan of a modern day mining company? Or there will be changes, but these changes, how are they going to be managed to make sure that they don't scare away investors?
Now, if you look into our policies, one of the things that we've kept an eye on is something called policy uncertainty. We take that very serious when there's an allegation of policy uncertainty. We apply our minds, we stabilize that area. But what we cannot say is that a policy would last for more than the life of a mine. Because policy is a function of time, it's a function of development. As there's development around a mine, policy changes. And that is important. For example, there have been an outcry of having a cadastral system that is reliable. We're in the process of procuring that cadastral system. Went to Namibia, went to Botswana to look into a working cadastral system. We're procuring it, we're going to have it within no time, because we're responding to the demand of the industry. We're not doing it because we want to do it, because the industry want to see it, and therefore we can take out the backlog on processing applications in the industry. That's what we're doing. And I want to add one thing, because your time is going to be up, is that the mining industry has a history of leaving holes on the ground. That's the story about mining. I can tell you that every month almost, I hand over a school to a community and to the department, or I hand over a world-class clinic. Social labor plan is about that, so that the mining industry must be remembered for the contribution it makes in society. And therefore the face of the mining industry must change. That's what we're busy with.
Excellent. That does provide some certainty. And to Mpumi, in places such as Northern Cape, there is a lot of junior miners who are starting to build their own bank books and trying to start operations. What sort of opportunities do you think miners that are actually well established can leverage by partnering with these junior miners? And what sort of help do you think a company such as your own can assist them to also rise above the current challenges?
Yeah, thanks, Glenn. And I see the time's running out. I think firstly it's to say that The mining ecosystem is exactly the same, whether you are looking at major companies or you are looking at juniors. The challenges are the same. Actually the opportunities, the initial ones are the same. You need to find what's in the ground. But when you then start looking at how you develop and mine, the challenges are the same. You need to have access to energy. You need to have access to logistics for bulk producers. You need to have access to water. And frankly, you worry about what's happening from a crime and corruption perspective. And that's where the aspect of partnerships comes in for me. Because what major companies can do is help juniors around the access of water. So as Kumba, we supply 18 billion liters of water, not only to our communities, but to neighboring mines. Because people can only get water in two places. It's a dry area. It's either from us or it's the Vaal River. And clearly, we've also got a goal of reducing our own water consumption in order to aid others. And that's good for everyone. The work that is being done around Transnet or unlocking the full potential of the logistics sector is absolutely critical for all miners, both established miners and also upcoming emerging miners, because that is holding everybody back. So I quite like what the President said earlier and quite a few other speakers around the amount of effort that's going in to unlock that space and the formation of the National Logistics Crisis Committee, because it will absolutely be or add a lot of value to all miners, including the emerging miners, because they pay a lot of money to actually currently get their products to whoever they are selling it to. So I think for me, it's understanding that everybody needs the same thing. I can quote a whole lot of examples because we currently work with junior miners simply because everybody needs the same thing. I think for me, the key is around partnerships because government can't get anywhere on its own. Mining industry, we cannot get anywhere on our own. And frankly, we need to work with civil society as a whole. And ultimately, it's for the benefit of the growth of the economy of our country. It's for the benefit of our communities because they are closest to us and they see a lot of value. And I liked what Mike was saying around watching what happens to our society as mining starts up because they get to benefit a lot of value. So for me, whether you are talking juniors, it's about inclusion of everybody and everybody absolutely ultimately benefiting.
Excellent. Mike, the President in the morning did speak of a responsible, just transition, and you also spoke of partnership. And if I recall not so long ago, some of the banks did announce that they are no longer going to be investing or funding some of the coal miners. So what are some of the opportunities do you see, given that even our own president or the country as a whole is saying that we are not against just transition, we just want it to be done responsible? What sort of support do you think the banks can still offer, given that they once made a statement such as we need to stay away from the from the coal miners?
So as we transition and bringing in Seriti Green or investing in solar or wind and renewables, I must confess that some of us, we're not stubborn people. We will mine coal because coal mines will still be here for 20, 30 years to come, okay? You'll still have mining. You still have to supply these 16 coal-fired power stations. You're not going to destroy them overnight. Let me tell you the story. The banks work with us, okay? Banks will look for opportunities to create value and make money for themselves. Yes, the story can go around, but they will still be interested. If you look at Seriti Green right now, two of our minority shareholders, it's Standard Bank and RMB. If really they didn't like a coal miner, why are they sitting in that same room with us? Because of the innovation and the opportunities we see. And we never said we're closing the coal mines today. Those coal mines will still be there, and we're opening new ones into the future. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Dr. Blair, one of the things that people tend to speak of is that if we move along with the just energy transition, we will not have a place to sell our platinum and so forth. And earlier on, you did specify that the current hydrogen economy involves a lot of critical ingredients, of which platinum is one of them. One thing that I want to ask you is that most of the mining companies have closed R&D centers. So they rely on universities and tech firms to actually innovate for them. What sort of partnership do you see players like you who are coming from the private sector together with the government to make sure that we bring innovation back into the mine as opposed to us buying innovation that does not come from local suppliers?
I think it's very important to not have to buy in technologies. At the moment, it's necessary for us to participate in the hydrogen economy. We have to import some technologies. But there are many researchers in the country that are working on fuel cell and electrolyzer and renewable energy solutions that can work with the mines to develop the new technologies so that we can actually commercialize on the ground in South Africa. As I say, right now, our products are export only because we don't have a customer in South Africa. There isn't a customer in South Africa yet, but there will be in the future. And at first it'll start with foreign technology, but as time goes on, as long as those partnerships, like you say, happen between the public and private sector, we will have new technologies, and those can be commercialized in the country.
Thank you. And then lastly, before we close, Lael, people say that we want to comply on some sort of an ESG standard. But if you go anywhere and ask, there's over 80 of them, over hundreds of them, and there's over 8 institutions internationally. So which standards should people follow to actually become ESG compliant? And whom should they go to speak to? Should they want to start doing that today?
So let me try and draw an analogy with the world of accounting. You know, the world of accounting used to have many, many different standards, and then eventually they got together and had something called GAAP many years ago, generally accepted accounting practices, and then eventually that became IFRS. In other words, there's a kind of a global standard for accounting, and I think that's what's going to happen in ESG over time. At the moment, there are too many different standards, and I think it's very confusing for companies to know against which of these to report. It's also, I think, very resource intensive because we all end up reporting against too many different standards. I think the ICMM has a very good set of standards for mining, and I think that many of us are gravitating towards the ICMM. Of course, the JSE has particular requirements. If you are listed on other exchanges, there are other requirements. But really, ESG is not about reporting. ESG is about valuing the right things and about doing the right thing. And if we value the right things and we do the right thing, we will find the right way over time to report that.
Excellent. Can we give our panelists a round of applause? So I would like to steal the remaining few seconds just to close again to say, friends, we have had quite an insightful and thoughtful, provoking discussion. I wish we had more time, but I do believe that everyone who's here in the panel are available at some point for you if you want to discuss more. We have heard from our distinguished panelists on a range of issues, from the aspects of electricity and the local economy and how the just transition can be done responsibly. We have also explored some opportunities that are presented by the green hydrogen economy and the need for just transition in a responsible sense. So in closing, it is quite clear that collaboration and partnership between government, mining companies, the private sector, and the investment sector has to happen to enable our industry. We must also prioritize sustainability in what we do and diversity and inclusion in order to make sure that all the benefits that comes from mining does benefit the locals and all the investors. So I'd like to thank all our distinguished panelists and the audience for coming in here to participate and listen to our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.